Hello everybody, welcome to another stream of Final Fantasy XIV Shadowbringers. As you can tell, the music's all scary because things happened at the end of the last stream where I'm guessing we're under attack or something. Doesn't seem that way. I walked through town, but I guess things will change when I start up the cinematic. So let's get right on into it. I don't know how long I'll go for today. I'm starting really late. I actually had to work today really late, so hi. That's a thumbnail for the quest. Yeah, I'm going to assume that things are going to go down really shortly. All right then. I suspected that you might be awake. I could scarce imagine you sleeping through such a commotion. Entire host of Sin Eaters appears to be advancing upon the Crystarium. Emergency measures are being taken as we speak. Rest assured, however, that we are safe so long as we remain under this Crystal Tower's aegis. You may return to your quarters if you wish. Yes, I thought you might feel that way. Can I say that your assistance would be anything less than welcome? Must remain here to disseminate information to the other residents. But you are under no such obligation, and thus free to aid in any of the townsfolk who may be in distress. The extra tends to be to become a point of congregation in times of need, crowded with those seeking solace and companionship. You would have my personal gratitude if you offer succor to those there. Sounds good to me. Alright, so as you can tell, recently there has been an event going on for Final Fantasy XV. And I did it. I did it. I loved doing it. Every single second of it. It was amazing. I wish I could do it again. I really love Final Fantasy XV as a game. I mean, a lot of people don't really, so that's on them, but still. Alright, what do we got going on? Few townsfolk are about, and you spy none who appear to be in distress. Azurius! I've only just returned from Meringue, and yet I find the Crystarium almost from being beset by Sin Eaters. Where are they coming from? This shouldn't be possible. We restored the darkness. Well, this is a fortunate coincidence. Brother, tell me you have some idea why this is happening. I may, but for a moment we need to postpone such discussions in favor of action. The Crystal Exarch is preparing to deploy a barrier around the Crystarium as we speak. Ensuring that he's able to do so should be our first concern. There are a number of instruments placed about the Crystarium that function as anchors for the barrier. I'm on my way to activate them now. In which case, 3 pairs of hands would be better than 1. Very well, I'll take the ones to the south. I should deal with the northern apparatus. Then will you handle the western too? They're ensconced on platforms extending from the upper level of the Aetherite Plaza. Alright, well, sounds good to me. So, by the Aetherite Plaza... are they not marked on my map? Oh, okay. No, there we go. That makes sense. And well, let's activate those as soon as I can. Honestly, I know storyline-wise it hasn't really been an entire week since this music started up and things are about to happen. But still, I find it kind of funny. It's like, we're under attack. Let's sit here a week and do nothing. So this thing here, that's a wall. Kind of confused by the map here. Oh, upper level, upper level. Let me go up one. Off to a good start. Off to a good start. But yeah, my adventures doing the Final Fantasy XV content, I really liked doing it. I really wish I could do it again. I unlocked the regalia for it. That was fun. That was a fun time. I also unlocked all Noctis's outfits and his hair and stuff, and I got his card. And I got all the music as well. Pretty much I did everything. It was surprisingly easy because I got most of the MGP for just playing through like a couple weeks beforehand. He got it all set up, but now I'm actually helping my roommate play this game as well. I told him about the regalia, and he's like, "Oh, I actually want that." So he started playing the game, ironically enough, just because of that. But the problem is that the server that I'm on, Ether, is congested a lot. So we can't make characters on it. So that's fun. So we had to pick another place and go there. I'm like, oh, when Ether opens up, you could just transfer on over, I guess. Despite having very little idea, 2 brain cells, as to how it functions, it appears that you have activated the device successfully. All I did was just turn a knob. Two brain cells is all I need to pull a lever. If it doesn't require hitting it with something, then yeah. Anyways, to the other side. Though, speaking of the Sin Eaters, though, I know that they can't attack because they restore the nighttime and all that, but couldn't they technically attack during the day? Well, like, because it still has a day-night cycle. It makes one wonder.
Sin-Eater sighted! They're coming!
Excellent. The barrier is holding.
That's good news for the Crystarium, but what of the rest of Lakeland?
Lena and the City Guard have taken to the field. Thancred and the others have already joined them. Let us do the same.
All right, to the field then. Can I just hop down? Oh, okay, it's a distance. That works too. We have to join the Vanguard as soon as possible. If the number of Eaters we just saw is any indication, we'll be facing a formidable host. Level 76, item level 409. Probably should update some of these. What lovely weather, just what we needed. Seems the battle has already begun in earnest. Let's make haste. Syrian forces are engaging the Sin Eaters at various locations across Lakeland. This is defeating the Eaters before they're decimated. Okay. So, crystal defense, essentially. All right, let's get started.
Give it our all.
Oops. I didn't mean to turn that off. Off to a great start. Okay, go. Okay, you're dead already. Oh my god. I forgot that I am just decimating right now. I'm totally fine with that. Okay, I got one more in my combo. Go. That should give me that. You're dead. Moving on. Bam. Why can't we attack the bear? We got these ones too. Wow, I just nearly decimated that one in one hit. Get rid of you. And then bam. Hello there.
Leave the healing to me.
Yeah, I actually kind of legitimately can't do that right now, so you got that. Moving on. One's over there. More to go. Guessing we're going around this way. Jeez. Okay. Oh, hello. That's a lot. Let me get myself some aid really quick. Thank you. Let me actually get in there.
You will rue the day you cross my path.
There is nothing.
All right. Well, that's a ton of them. Now what? right there. Thankfully enough, that gave me cooldown. Perfect timing. Okay. It's as we feared. Hear a lot of shouting, but not a lot of fighting going on. But our task is as it ever was. Turn the tide. Yeah, they are. I was like, hello? Oh, there we go. You're dead. Moving on to the next one. Dead. Dead. Next.
On your feet!
Yeah, I'll go after you. Now over here. You're dead. Of course, I nearly killed the thing. It's like, nope, we got protection going on. Hello. Move out of that.
I will not be outdone! Fury impact!
eye. Oh, wow. Okay.
Your tales will suffice. My strength is yours.
May the 12 guide you.
The stars shall grant thee succor.
Let's give them a show! With heart and steel!
There we go. Figured something fancy like that was gonna happen.
There are so many. Ah, fuck! Damn it! Leader! Lena, hold on.
They turned on me.
This one is mine!
We need only hold out a little while longer. Reinforcements are coming, remember? The captain said so. We're going to be all right.
Run! Run, damn you!
The Warrior of Darkness has returned. The Bloody Knight has returned. So stay with me, eh? You can't go dying now.
God damn it! Please let this work. Please let this work.
No. No, no. Stay back. Stay back.
Help! Help! Anyone! Why did you spare me? Why? What have I done to deserve this mercy? Forward! Forward! If you can still hold a sword, follow me! Wounded to the rear! Weapons at the ready! Let's make this count!
Fight and struggle. Seek salvation by your own hands. Though the losses be grave, endure them. Though the victories be hollow, claim them.
Seems we've driven them back, for the time being at least. The wounded have been collected and are undergoing treatment now. Once they're ready to be moved, we'll have them carried back to the Crystarium. Dead as well, of course. Those whose bodies remain anyway. Mood whiplash! The others are helping to treat the wounded. I'm planning to assist in moving them. But even so, we simply don't have enough hands. I'm sure you're fit to fall over after what we've been through. Gods know I am. But if you could see to a few of the patients, it would be an enormous help. Captain Lena is about somewhere, so you might also consider asking her if there are any other outstanding areas of need. We'll talk later. Okay, so where am I going exactly? There and there. All right. I was about to say something about Alphino being right there, but he's assessing somebody as well, so never mind. Aye. Tear-filled eyes, the prone man gazes up at you. His fingers twitch as if to reach for you, but he lacks the strength to raise his hand. You needed, I think Stormblood needed more moments like this to actually help, like, drive the fact that, hey, war sucks. Thank you, but it's too late. One of them, it got me. My turn, please kill me, I beg you. Where is the other one? Somewhere around here. There you are. It's a weird place to be. Don't touch me. I killed her. I killed her. She was one of them, I know, but I...
Oh, I did not see you there. Is there something you need?
Why is that so huge? Okay.
Injuries are part and parcel of battle. While there's breath in my lungs, I shall see my duties done. Don't pretend you're not of the same mind. You fought well today. Saved a great many lives. Thank you. Unfortunately, this war is far from over. We must replenish our ranks and shore up our defenses before they attack again. Now, if you will excuse me.
I am fine. Completely and utterly fine. Better than fine. Hale and hearty and still alive to mourn those who are not. Who I failed to protect when they needed me most. We've come so far, so goddamn far. I could have sworn the end was in sight, and now... Now they will never see it.
Impudent worms of the Crystarium! The tragedy that has befallen you is of your own making. Divine retribution for your defiance. The heavens have bequeathed to you a benevolent savior, me. I offer you freedom from pain and suffering. A paradise where man and sin-eater might live in peace and harmony. Why, already, our winged brothers and sisters regard me and mine as kin, alike to them in beauty and purity. But you not only reject my prophet hand, but raise your own against my sin-eaters. But it's only right that they respond in kind. Let this be a lesson to all those who would walk the path of sin. The wicked shall not inherit this world!
I wonder how many people at this point are like, can I kill him? Author's ship is already gone. How flattering that he came all this way just to give his little speech. I apologize for my earlier outburst. Rest assured that I have no intention of allowing any of my wounds to affect the performance of my duties, especially not now. If I may, could I ask that you seek out Thancred and Minfilia for me? They endangered themselves on my behalf, and I would feel better knowing that they are well looked after. Thancred in particular sustained quite an injury from that Sin-Eater. Would not be surprised if he were in Spogrid still. Please, give them my thanks. Honestly, though, I have no idea why the dialogue choices that, for some reason, is huge. I don't know why. I didn't change that at any point. So, I don't know what happened there. You hear from me? Sorry to put you into the trouble. I'm fine, really. Eater landed an unfortunately solid blow, but the healers here have done me wonders. I'm more worried about Minfilia. She's not taking it well. Yeah, I asked that you speak with her. My attempts to reach out seem to have had the opposite effect. She's gone off to the Portorium abstemiously to fetch herbs for Chesamil, but just talk to her, will you? That's a ways away. I will just teleport to closest, just that one. Where is it? Rookery. I was like, where? Which one? So I knew that I was going to start off the stream with a giant battle. I didn't expect that giant of a battle. Oh, Azurius, what are you doing here? Thancred. It's my fault, you know. I jumped at a chance to help Lena, but I was careless, and now it's my fault. Are you sure? I brought him nothing but trouble thus far. And what if it's worse next time? All I do is make mistakes, put others in danger. I'm sure that he'll resent me for being this weak. Maybe he already does. But you're right, I can still help. If by only seeing these herbs safely this Chesamil. There are only 2 left on the list, but I'll need to ask about this one. I looked high and low, I can't seem to find it anywhere. Do you mind collecting the other? I hate to delay any longer than I already have. You're looking for something with soft leaves that's very fragrant. In an unmistakably medicinal way, I was told. You only need 2 sprigs or so. Once you got them, you can bring them directly to Chesamil. Whoever gets there first can explain that the other will be back shortly. Thank you, I appreciate the help. Oh, okay, in this ginormous area. Okay. I'm gonna assume this one. Soft leaves and strongly medicinal. So what's strongly medicinal smelling? Spearmint? Okay, we got more over here. I'm gonna assume this one. Rigid leaves and smells of fruit. Nope. Okay. This one. No scent whatsoever. What if I had no sense of smell? This would be really, really hard to do. Nope, there's more up there. So I just got lucky with the first one. This one? Soft leaves and smells strongly medicinal. At this point, I feel like it would just be easier just to grab 2 of every similar one. You're like, which one do I need exactly? And then be like, that one. And be like, yeah, okay. Right in here. Minfilia told me that you will be bringing the rest. Marvelous. With this, I can replenish the stores of medicines. We're struggling to keep up with the number of wounded that are being brought in. I can imagine. Wasn't on the field, but it doesn't matter. The patient's faces make plain that it was a horrible battle. And we're still fighting it, I suppose. Though with bitter medicine rather than sharp steel. But we'll win, I promise you that. Seems that I owe you an apology for dragging you to yet another battlefield that you just come off of the front lines. In both cases, I'm sure your efforts save more than a few. If Spragiorix in good working order, the Crystarian's people will be well cared for. More lie ahead, of course. Battles only you can fight. Not that we intend to let you do it alone, but that's a matter to discuss with Exarch. You know the Exarch? We do. Was there something you needed? I need you to tell him something, for me. My dearest friend, you see. He was there on the battlefield with me, but only one of us is here to speak of it. At the end, before the wounded killed him, I heard his dying words. I never knew that our world was this beautiful, he told me. I'm so glad that I got to see the night sky. I don't know how the Exarch feels about what happened out there. I don't know if what Valtteri said is true, if our losses are just deserts, and we doom ourselves to worse by continuing to fight this fight. But I believe in the Warrior of Darkness, in the Crystal Exarch. I don't think what they've done is wrong, and I don't think we're wrong to fight with them either. My friend, he smiled in the end, just as he smiled when he raised his glass to celebrate the return of the night. That's how I want to remember him. So I want to tell the Exarch, don't give up, don't give in, please. Don't tell him, you have my word. They really need to have different, like, quest complete music in moments where it's just, like, messed up somber. If you're ready, when I go on ahead to the Ocular, you can keep the XR company while I fetch Alphino. Don't worry, I mean to borrow all the swiftest armor I can find, so we shouldn't keep you long. Be sure to pass on that message, huh? To the Crystarium. Yes, I do. Welcome, my friend. Tales of your heroism on the battlefield precede you. Though I confess I found them more gladdening than surprising. Here no few of our people have you to thank for plucking them from the jaws of death. Or that they have not needed saving to begin with, but the responsibility for that lies with me. One of our soldiers said that. Thank you. Rest assured that I fully intend to continue our work. I will not shrink from what must be done, now least of all. Though I mourn their loss, I will not lose myself to grief. And even should regret being my constant companion, I will follow the path I have chosen to its end. And if I were to confess any doubts I might harbor, no one ever needed to know? No, I believe you have enough burdens without my adding to them. Nevertheless, thank you.
My friends, with your aid, we have weathered a brutal assault.
Sorry I'm late, though I would not have been had anyone thought to notify me in advance.
As I was saying, it was only with your aid that we weathered this assault. Without it, the Crystarium and all who dwell here would now be gone.
For each we saved, another perished. If there is anything else we can do to help, anything at all, you need only ask. This is our home too, and we want nothing more than to keep it safe.
Thank you. We are blessed to have you with us. As for the attack itself, Vorthri may call it divine retribution, but Sin Eaters are creatures of instinct. A coordinated assault is unprecedented. Moreover, in the absence of a Light Warden, there should have been no compulsion for lesser Sin Eaters to congregate here en masse. All of which points to a single, unavoidable conclusion.
That these minions of light answer to a higher power. He who did claim kinship with them, who did boast of control, not in idleness, 'twould seem, but in earnest. Lord Vorthri.
Indeed. What I mistook for bluster was in fact the truth. The Sin Eaters are his to command. But if he imagines this show of force will convince us to bend the knee, he is sorely mistaken.
I take it your meeting in Yulmore did not end well.
You could say that, yes. But I am wiser for the experience nevertheless. It appears he has mastered a technique which allows him to enslave the minds of others. A fact I discovered when he attempted to use it on me.
That would go some way towards explaining the peculiar reverence afforded him by his subjects. There may feasibly be a handful of true believers among them, I suppose, but it would not surprise me if the vast majority were in his thrall.
Had I not anticipated his treachery, I might well have joined them. But seeing his invitation for what it was, I sent a glamour in my stead. I rather doubt such tricks will avail me a second time, however.
Did you have any luck tracking down the Light Warden in Colusia?
Sadly, I have nothing to report on that front. What of Armorang?
After a fruitless few days scouring ruins, I resorted to asking the locals. While no one I spoke to had seen any sign of the Warden, I did uncover a possible lead. An abandoned mine in western Armorang. From what the Maud told me, it would be a perfect place to stay out of sight. Of course, I could never hope to explore such a labyrinth quickly or safely on my own, so I returned here.
Even should we all join in the endeavor, an exhaustive search could take weeks, and with no guarantee of finding anything.
The Wardens harbor vast reservoirs of primordial light, do they not? Far beyond anything found in lesser sin-eaters. And isn't it true that the Oracle could see the light of a sin-eater from miles away? Surely a Warden would seem like a blazing beacon by comparison. To the real Oracle of Light, I mean. The real Menphilia. If we travel to Armorang, to the south where she halted the flood, I could summon her back. What do you think?
Don't.
Don't what? Do what I can. What we both know is right.
Do not presume to know my mind. You have no idea what you're proposing.
But I do! I know why you never said anything. Because you thought you could keep me safe by keeping me in the dark. And maybe I thought so too. But I knew, Thancred. I always knew.
Oh, I see. I thought you were a rather underwhelming reincarnation. But it all makes sense now. The Oracle lies dormant within you, doesn't she? But to draw on her true power, you must become one, both body and soul. To wit, one being must consume the other. Who shall be the lucky winner?
This doesn't concern you, Ascian.
But it plainly concerns you. Which is why your heart is ready to burst out of your chest. Despite the raging tempest in your bosom, however, you have never once opened up to your young charge. Now, why would that be? Love. Well, I for one think it's a marvelous idea. Certainly more promising than any of your other suggestions. So, it's off to Armorang we go.
I'll meet you at the gates.
Another person you just want to kind of like be like stab, but then in this case it'd be like, nope, he comes right back, so it wouldn't matter. Sorry to be so insistent, but I know this is the only way. If you're willing to give me a chance, come with us. Well, it is pretty much the only option I could think of, so... Sorry for the wait. I'm ready now. Look, no matter what happens to me, I'm sure that I don't want to go back to being who I was. I want to be stronger, strong enough to face my destiny, and I want to believe that I could play a part in saving this world. Hope you can find it in yourself to believe it too. When you put it that way, how could we not? It's your decision to make. Just be sure that you're prepared when the time comes. If all are assembled, shall we depart? We'll follow your lead. What route would you have us take? About that, there's something I neglected to mention. I saw your Moran airship coming in to land over Almarang while I was on my way back to the Crystarium. No doubt the same vessel that bore Rothry's forces, the Rotika. Meaning we could expect to encounter armed resistance on our journey through the region. Right. Now, Nabafarang lies in the southern reaches of Almarang, and there are two routes we can take to get there. First is the eastern route, which will lead us past Mordsuk. The other is the western route, which will require us to pass through the Hills of Amber. Billy and I took the eastern route last time. Yeah, that's the more well-trodden path. It also makes it easier traversal than the Math Zephyrins. But we can't use it. If we did, we need to cross the Severance from a point nearby the inn at Journey's Head. If the Umorans caught wind of our approach, it could very well bring them into contact with the inn and its patients. We can be sure their activities would not meet with Bothry's approval. It will make the journey more arduous, but I believe it will be safer to take the western route, which brings me to my proposition. While you make for the Hills of Amber in the west, I will draw the Umorans' attention elsewhere, to an area in the east that I know to be uninhabited. That way, you'll have a chance of reaching the Nabafarang unopposed, and without risk to civilians. I cannot deny that it's a sound plan, but nor can I allow you to go alone. My skills will make your task at least somewhat easier, will they not? I'll come to you as well. It'll afford us a chance to have a proper conversation. And if I go with the others, I'm likely to say something Thancred will regret. Well then, we'll leave the work of distracting Bothry's forces to you. The rest of us will take the western route, and try to avoid attracting attention. With that in mind, I think it's best that we follow the road to the bridges. Move faster if there's more solid path under our feet. I'll borrow a few armor for our own journey. I leave the rest to you, Minfilia. Thank you. I'll try not to disappoint. So, one thing that might be, like, less obvious, but maybe more obvious at the same time. Not really sure, but storyline-wise and stuff like that, I mean, obviously, Thancred likes the old Minfilia. Yeah, sorry, Minfilia. I said Filia for some reason. But at the same time, there's also the new Minfilia that he's dealing with right now. And obviously, there's hesitation and things like that. So, makes one wonder if, like, he likes them both and doesn't want to lose one or the other. And it's like, man, either way, it's a sucky situation. And that's not even like, why did I stop auto running? That's not even like to even go into the fact of what she feels at the same time. So I was like, ooh. Also, what am I doing? There you go. Get in, losers. Okay. There you are. The gate leading to Almarang is just up ahead. In all the time I've been here, I never ventured into the Hills of Amber. Not that I'm particularly intimidated by new lands at this point, but we have more than enough reasons to be cautious as it is. Keep an eye on Minfilia for me, will you? As they disappear into the ether. I find the mount going, what, probably like 25 miles an hour at this speed. I'm actually really curious because it doesn't look like it's going very fast at all. Off so soon, Master Carmine. You barely had time to recover from the battle. Well, if you're certain, I'm hardly in a position to question you.
Take comfort in the bonds you share. Accept the pain when the time comes to part. Press on, for joy and sorrow walk hand in hand. Beyond Mount Garrick lie the Hills of Amber, beneath which run hidden veins of mineral wealth. Or ran, at least. Mayhap they are spent. Or mayhap the ringing of hammers can yet be heard below.
The place has been scarred by the flood too. Who can say what lies ahead? But whatever else this road may be, it is mine to travel. I don't plan to take a moment of the time I spend upon it for granted. Take it you're seeing what I'm seeing. Finding villagers when we're hardly 10 paces into the hills is a surprising stroke of luck, especially given our recent fortunes. But if you won't hear any complaints from me, let's see if the folk who live here can tell us what to expect from the road ahead. Yeah, while they do that, let me go down to 1 HP for a second. Whee! What are we dealing with here? Hello, Zun Zun. You sell? No, you are no merchant. But then, why do I know your face? I remember. You spent Voberg gold. Such a coin purse cracking. You're already a legend among more traders. You're a traveling merchant then. Can you tell us anything in this village? Of course, anything for valued customers. This place is Garrick. Before the flood, it was home to many miners. After, not so many. Now none. So Master Gengen borrowed the village, made it into a trading post. Very convenient location. In which case, you all must be familiar with the local roads, correct? We're on our way to Nabafarang ourselves. If we continue south from here, will we have any difficulties reaching it? Oh yes, great difficulty. Flood rent the stone and crushed the mines surrounding Nabafarang. Only steep cliffs and collapsed tunnels remain. Oh no. Surely there must be some way. Do you think any of the other Mord might have some sort of hidden route? Perhaps, you ask. They tell for free even, to friends of our best customer. Wonderful, thank you for your help. Well then, best customer, let's see what information your reputation buys us. Alright, let's find out. Wish to go to Nabafarang? There was a way once, a gondola down from the cliffs, but it was built for those who have left something behind that they wish to retrieve. Now there's nothing left and no one to use it. You may search for it if you like, but I doubt that its rusted wires would bear your weight. You hastily take down a memo regarding the gondola and spare a scrap of parchment. Because I have that, apparently. For Nabafarang, airship is best. Nothing is faster than an airship. The Amorans have one, I hear. You can ask them to take you. That's not a good idea. Though it seems somewhat superfluous to do so. You duly make note of Gongon's words. So I'm not sure if I ever really actually mentioned it, but having this kind of blinding light all the time, I wonder if it's actually like, because normally how things are is like sun is hot and burns kind of situation. That worked. So it makes me wonder if it's actually like heat coming from the light or if it's just light. So it makes one wonder if it's like actually like a desert heat or if it's just like heat because it's like the general area. Oh, that is a surprise. Not many bound for Nabafarang these days. But I do know of a trolley that once went there. It used to travel between all the settlements and mines in the Hills of Amber. It is locked behind a gate, however. I assume that will have kept it from being stolen or damaged. It also prevents it from being of much use. You take down information regarding the trolley on a wrinkled piece of parchment before stuffing it unceremoniously back into your bag. Okay, best customer information is a go. Serious. I'm afraid I've learned little of use how to reach Nabafarang. The more in prisons, however, that's another matter. Apparently, though their army is definitely in Almarang, there have been no sightings of Umorans at all in the Hills of Amber. Perhaps you can take that as a sign of Alizé's plan has borne fruit. You have any better luck of finding us a route forward? Oh, I didn't know you could actually remove things from item requests like that. So these are our options. What do you think? Can't really get an airship. We can try the gondola. Might die, but Get inside the trolley seems most feasible. Yes, probably. That seems to be the least risky of our options, but I can't imagine one gate is enough to thwart you. I'd like to know a bit more before we dash off in search of it, though. Perhaps Zun can offer us some insight? Oh, valued customers. Were the other Mord of help? Of a fashion, you told us of a trolley that runs to Nabafarang at least. But I'm correct in thinking that there was a reason you did not do so yourself when first we asked. Yes, the gate you see. It is impassable. Before there was a hulking thing of stone, the Talos. It opened the gate, they say. But none operates such a thing now. I do not even know if it yet exists. I do not know, but you should travel to east to the Mount Biran Mines. That is where the trolley controls stand. Still see miners there from time to time. If anyone knows what happened to the Talos, it'd be them. Thank you. You've been of great help. We're off to Mount Buran then. Hope that someone will be there to answer our questions. Alright then, well that sounds like a good thing. Where is Thancred? Thancred is all the way down there, on part of the map I have not explored yet. Okay, so then. Just twine right down there, that's not very far. Doesn't look like I can quite get to it yet. Ow. What is going on here? I don't know if I'll be any help, but oh, it's a duty, never mind. Alright then. Scales of the track is impressive, I'll give them that. Now we only need to follow it until we come to the mines. Okay. That's sort of figured. That is loud. Let me get away from that. There we go. Now I can hear again. Wow, my ears kind of went like dead there. That was like loud. It's actually kind of funny thinking about this mount, how the storyline works, that like quest line, how you get it. I mean, you don't actually get the mount from that. You actually get it through the golden saucer. It makes one wonder, because obviously Sid had to like repair it. So it makes one wonder if he just saw it, he's like, now I know how to make it. Like just immediately. That would explain it. Bit of a mess, isn't it? But the mechanisms for dispatching the trolley are here, just as Zunzun said. Fortunately, anyone who might know how to use them is not. I wait for Zunzun and mysterious miners to appear, or have a look around, see if we can deduce anything useful in their absence. I'm in favor of the latter. Something near the entrance to the mines caught Irianje's eye. Meet us there if you find anything. Okay. Let's see. He's got it covered. Just making sure. We got a trolley cart? Car? Car, just car. Okay. Really? This thing has not the best name. It says gnome, but that's clearly not a gnome. Wow, my fingers are like not in the right spots on the keyboard. There we go. Benches within this suggest that this may be in a passenger car. Oddly enough, though, it's clearly old. It appears to be well maintained. Blocks of rust adorn the rails, but they nevertheless appear sturdy enough to bear the trolley without issue. Okay. Next event. Over here, maybe? Oh, there's the ether current up there. Might as well get up there and see if we can spot anything either. That might help a little bit. Let's see here. Map says down in this direction. Maybe in the house? The cup is slightly warm and a fair amount of tea steeped over long, but the color's indication remains within. Alright, you can die, please. Oh, hello. I guess I'm pulling everything today. This is fine. Ah, Azure. Hast thou, what hast thou discerned that I just killed a bunch of things? I see, indeed, thy observations are consistent with mine own. But let us refrain from further discussion ere our comrades arrive. Ample evidence of recent maintenance and lukewarm tea besides. Levers for switching tracks looked like they were in good condition. But I couldn't move them myself. No ordinary person could, I think. It's my belief that no person is meant to. This Talos beareth more than passing resemblance to golems of the source. Nor doth it appear to be a sole example of its kind. The proliferation of Talos fragments, as well as the enormity of the mechanisms here, suggests a considerable number are once in operation. Alas, this specimen and his fellows now lie lifeless and broken, and know not how to repair them that they might facilitate our passage through the gate. And without the aid of the Talos, even if thou wert able to unbar the trolley's path, we would still have no means of propelling it. We might not know how to repair the Talos, but someone must. Otherwise, why keep everything here in working order? Whoever's maintaining the cars and rails must know something that we don't. Let's ask them what it is, shall we? Azure, I do believe you'll find a person of some interest skulking in the shadows beyond the warehouse on the northwestern side of the tracks. While you two have a friendly chat, the rest of us will encourage those to the south to come out of hiding. Defend yourself as necessary, of course, but do try to keep everyone in one piece. Off we go, then. So they're sitting there just like, oh, let's just pull out all our weapons. I'm going to go up and have a friendly chat, quote unquote, to whatever is in this direction. How far away is it? No, not very far. It's no wonder this car needs repairs. Wicked White, where did you come from? No, never mind that. You have no business here. Of that I'm sure. Attack him too. Okay. And Thangrid's all the way over there. Can we not and say we did? Good to hear. These two weren't in much trouble either. Let's see what they have to say for themselves. So we're not the brigands come to take what is in ours. Do we honestly look like we need to steal some rusted bits of iron? Don't be absurd. We're not here to rob you. A likely story. You look, well... You don't look normal, that's for certain. You don't have any wares, so you're clearly not merchants. Travelers never pass this way. The only reason you would come all the way out here is to strip the machinery for parts. Oh, theft. I have an idea. What if, once upon a time, a lovely lady of noble birth ventured forth in search of her lost love, joined by her two most loyal servants, sworn to follow her unto world's end. On their journey, they met a sorcerer as ancient as time itself. Moved by the lady's devotion, he offered to be their guide, and they... What are you talking about? Turned up here somehow. I can only assume that you're being unintentionally obtuse, but in an unlikely event that there's a serious conjecture. No, I suppose I am a bodyguard of a sort, but we have rather larger concerns than fairy tale romances. I would fain hear more of this ageless sorcerer and his heroic deeds. God to grant me strength. If I may, we're actually searching for the means by which to travel to Nabafarang. We're hoping that the trolley here might offer a solution. Realize that we haven't gotten off to the best of starts, but if you know anything about how we might get it working again. The trolley? Trolley? Should have led with that. We've always been always keen to discuss the trolley. We're both engineers in training, in fact. Jarek and Thaft at your service. Technically, I'm a miner and he does repair work, but our true passion is the trolley. We're working with a few other folk to get it up and running again. Before you ask, yes, it's true that there is little need of transport these days. That's no reason to consign a miracle of mechanical innovation to dust. Innovation to dust, there we go, I got it right the first time. Mere sight of traveling the track once again would make our hearts soar, mark my words. You hear no argument from us. What progress have you made thus far? Not as much as we like, truth be told. Oh, is there anything we could do to assist you? We could gather materials or help put pieces together. It's a sight more complicated than that, I'm afraid. If you spoke with Magnus, you understand. He's the only one with full knowledge of the trolley's operation. I suppose you could speak with him if you like. We'll introduce you. Very well. Our options are limited. And if this Magnus can explain whatever is preventing the trolley from being restored, I would like to hear it. Right, it looks like you'll be following us back to Twine then. That quest should have been called Trouble with the Trolley, eh? If you're ready, we can leave right now. Though, if you haven't seen another fellow around here, have you? I thought he'd come out by now. You think you'll be alright? I suppose we did force your hand a bit. I'll have a look just in case. You go on ahead, Daft. Alright, looks like it'll be just you lot and me. Try not to let anything take a bite out of you on the way out of the rail yard. This is not how cars work, but I'm all for it. Hello. Ah, that's smart. Did he have to thumb you so hard? Be feeling that for the next fortnight at least. Not to be done about it now. I've pointed your overeager companions in the right direction. They got on ahead, so we need to get moving. Normally you walk atop the tracks, but seeing as the young lady has a much shorter stride, more perilous the route than I'm comfortable suggesting, more than anyone falling through the gaps. Of course, the low road presents other dangers, but having been on the receiving end of your friend's blows, I'm not worried on that account. So the tracks, are they just saying you could like just fall through them? Because I'm really curious about that. Ow. Oh yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I'm doing it anyway. I'm doing it anyway. It looks like I gotta go down now. I can't just do that the entire time. Whee! Wait a moment. I think I hear something. Oh, that's something, all right. Oh, okay. Ow. Dang it. That was odd timing. Get out of here, you stupid thing. I've tried so hard to get through that text box. That is so hilarious. There we go. I'll just stick to the path here, and eventually, there we go. Hello there. Okay, I'll do one of these, one of these. One more of these, one of these. Hit this, do one of these. Oh, hello. I'll stay in one AoE, please, not two. Good to go. Sorry about that. I'll admit I didn't expect this route to be quite so fraught with danger. We're nearly entwined, though. So we should make it a lot further incident. Nearly there. I don't see twine. Oh, there it is. Okay. Never mind. If only Shadowbringers had mount speed increases. I mean, I guess it makes sense because the maps aren't terribly big. I guess it's fine. This is it. Welcome to Twine. Original dwellings were built to house those laborers tasked with building the track. Over time, miners came to seek their fortune. That's what made the town grow to what you see before you today. But it was still the trolley that brought them here. As you doubtless noticed, the track goes to the very heart of the town. It was the heart of the town back when the trolley still carried everyone home at the end of each day in the mines. Now there is no trolley, nor much work to be had in the mines, for that matter. Only residents that remain are the destitute, the delusional, and those with nowhere else to go, or so they say. That should give you some indication what to expect when you meet Magnus. As I said, it will help you understand why we can't get to the trolley running. Just don't expect too much aside from that. Well, that's encouraging. But I don't see that we have much choice. Let's go and meet the man. Who are you supposed to be? Never seen the three of you in my life. Are the four of you, wicked white? If you're gonna bother me, at least have the darn courtesy to stand still. He thinks this one is deep in his cups. These are my guests, Magnus. We ran into them at the mines. They're looking for a way to reach Nabafarang, so they came to ask about the trolley, you see. What? There's nothing in Nabafarang, not anymore. Especially not for frail little girls. Give it up. No, we must reach Nabafarang. I must. Ah, if you have your heart set on it, the world doesn't care. The place is ruined, nothing more. And you're not getting anything there in the trolley. You're not getting there in the trolley. The thing doesn't run on hopes and dreams. Does it run on dreams and hopes? We're not fools. It's necessity that drives us to Nabafarang. If you insist that the trolley is not an option, at least tell us why. I'm sick of people asking me about the blasted thing. Leave me be. We'll speak outside. Well, I got nowhere. He only said that because he thinks I'm weak, and he's right. But I can't be. I won't be forever. Has to be some way. I must find it. Oh, I'm sorry. I was just stuck in my own head again. It's clear that Magnus has no intention of helping us. Perhaps we should ask the other residents? They may know something of the trolley. I'll take the north side of town. Let me know if you learn anything. Tancred, art thou truly content to stand witness to fate's course and take no part? This isn't a matter of fate, Oriange. It's about choice, and I've had years to decide where I stand. Ophelia has spent too long in chains already. I would not shackle her again by making my hopes known. It's for her to choose what shape her destiny will take. It's for me to stay silent, to protect her, teach her, and stand by her. That at least I can do for her. So be it. Come, let us make our own inquiries. Let me inquire this Aetheryte really quick. And open this thing. There you go. It's better than what I got. Yes, it is. Oh, there you are. You'll be pleased to know that I got our friend back home with no trouble. And he's just fine. He was a bit shaken up is all. And you? What did Magnus have to say? I did have a faint hope that you might need prompt him to action where their interest has not. I suppose that was foolish of me. I'm sorry that we couldn't be of help, though. I could at least show you the trolley car we have here if you like. You could give it a stroke or two. It has some very smooth wood. You mean to say you're not giving up, even knowing that Magnus is... Magnus? I don't see much point in you being stubborn about it. In your being stubborn about it. Or perhaps stubbornness is exactly what this situation calls for. Can't forge iron without an anvil, after all. Can't imagine anything you try will work, but if you're certain, you can help me make preparations in the event that it does. To that end, take this toolbox. We're going to inspect the rails. I'll have a look along the tracks for anything that's in need of repair. You bring the tools. Just be ready to hand them to me when I stop the work. Okay. Ironically, this is about... Wait, is there an Amaro Keep? Somewhere? Huh. Okay, so up top the tracks. Right there. But this is about the amount of work that I would do. I said the toolbox. Give me the hammer. This one. Phillips head screwdriver. This one? You open the box, revealing the proud array of lovingly maintained tools within. Brilliant. Now if you could hand me what I need as I work, that would be a help. In this case, when the bolt is loose for one matter, we can't have that. I need to tighten it. Do I gotta choose tools? Yes, I do. Oh no. Wrench. Thank you. This one will do nicely. Now give me one moment, and... I was joking about needing to pick the tools. There, I don't see any other problems here, so let's continue along the track. Oh, yeah, let me stay on the center. Ooh, hello, ether current. I'm glad that a lot of them are like on pathways that like, right? No, that thing. The thing apparently is what I just said. Okay, so along the track. But can I actually fall? It doesn't look like I could actually fall through that. So I don't really have too much of concern there. But still. Click. Sit down in the toolbox, the muscles of your arms enjoying profound relief, and open it once again. You're quite handy to have around, you know. As for this lamp here, they aren't often necessary these days. If we're going to do this, might as well do it properly. And by some miracle, the night returns as it did in Lakeland. Well, it's a nice thought. Anyhow, a bit of this post seems to have been splintered, whether its lamp is to be lit or not. We want these little pieces of wood jabbing the next person who comes here. They're here to do maintenance. You sand it down a bit. Do we have... Yeah, file. There we go. That thing. Yes, a wood file is perfect. Let me even this out. Hand him a saw, cut it down. Just That should do it. I'll bring some varnish, blah, 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 blah. I missed that line. I haven't spotted any other problems, so we can move along now. Unless you'd like to take in view of the tracks from here a bit longer. It's breathtaking, I know. Mining has always been the primary vocation of folks in the Hills of Amber, you see, but after a certain point, they had dug up everything that could easily be reached and carried back by manpower alone. It was then that the Nabath Empire struck upon the idea of the Talos, which they had seen at work abroad. At great expense, the Nabath brought the Mistral engineers who specialize in Talos here to the hills. Wouldn't you know it, the mining industry picked right up again. Twine itself sprung up around that time, as a matter of fact. It was named after an entwining of tales, the fruitful cooperation between the native Ronso and the newly come Mistel. Or Mistel, either way. It's a word. But that, like so much else, fell apart in the wake of the flood. The Mistel left, taking their knowledge with them. It was 15 years ago that the last of them, the folks from Daedalus, Stoneworks, Daedalus, I don't know, took off for Eulmore, and now no one remains that can repair and operate the Talos. There's no use in lamenting what can't be changed, and there's one more thing we need to do while we're out here, so I might as well get to it. Vultures occasionally make their nests on the tracks you see, and it falls to us to remove them when they do. Creatures are angry when disturbed, which is natural, but nevertheless a danger to anyone passing by. Not my favorite task, to be honest with you. As you may have noticed, I'm not terribly suited to confrontation. That said, would you follow the tracks north and remove any nests you find for me? I'll keep an eye on things from here. Okie so north, so literally right there. Alright then. Hello. I could actually fall there. That shouldn't be that bad at all. And then dead. Okay. More. I guess I'll just keep on the lookout. There's one on the other side. Hello there. Wrong button. That's fine, I'll just do this. Find one more, and then I could see if we can get there before my combo timer like runs out there. Right there. Ah, combo ran out. Darn it. Oh well. Do this. And dead. Oh, almost walked right off the track there. Oh, they're level 80. They're fine. Okay. They got it. They can handle it. How would this look driving on this? Okay, it's just straight. That's fine. Let's see if I can make this turn like properly here. Stay on the track. Yeah. And boo. Thank you. That should be everything taken care of. In return for your help, I'll tell you a bit more about the trolley. Nothing that it can't get started again, though. As I said, the only people who knew how to repair the Talus are long gone. When they left, the life began to bleed out of the town. The trolley's tracks rusted and the cars fell into disrepair. Now, I was born in Twine and raised there. My first word was trolley, and those were the worst years of my life. But then, about 7 years passed, Magnus and his wife returned to us. Magnus is a real proper trolley engineer, and perhaps he would never have left in the first place, if it hadn't been for his son. As you're well aware, Amarang is hardly the safest place. Magnus wanted his child to grow up away from his dangers. Didn't help in the end. The seniors got the boy. Isn't that always the way? The child always said that someday he wanted to see Magnus's trolley running again. So in his memory, they returned to Twine, started fixing those rusted nails and broken cars, and it was going well for a time. Wicked White. Vultures? Are they back for revenge? Never mind, I don't want to find out. Okay. Back on the tracks. Back on the tracks. That must look so weird. This car going down the tracks. I thought I heard another ether current. Nice work out there. And now you know the story of the trolley. Wouldn't do you much good without the Talus, though. If there was even a single one of that still functioned, things might be different. But, well, here we are. Not that it did you any good, but we do have a Talus we've been meaning to repair. I can show you if you like. It'd certainly be nice to hear something other than Magnus's griping for a change. I'm so close to 100,000 HP. So close. Is it up here? Wine barkeep repaired. Unrepaired. Ow. Unrepaired Talos. Truly a most vexing state of affairs. I thought mayhap a closer examination might yield something of value. I see. The means to build Talos stone by stone are lost to us, 'tis true. But here before us slumbers a most fine specimen. Indeed, were it not for a few minor failings, it would be in working condition. This likely will require not but a few modest repairs and a suffusion of ether. Well, if you think you can get the thing up and running, far be it from me to stop you, but what exactly do you reckon is the problem? Just stress that I performed only the most cursory of examinations. Though such arcane constructs are not wholly unfamiliar to me, as I did suspect from the first, it is the host to a network of veins through which ether flow freely. Or so it would, were it not for several fractures which now impede said flow. How did you get all that from just a glance? I take it you thought up a solution as well, then. The bridge these fissures requireth a material highly conductive to ether. Once in place, I believe it will be possible to restore the Talus to life. Might I prevail upon thee to acquire that which you require? Not far beyond the walls of Twine dwelleth a creature of living stone, the Debitage. For sure I am that the stone being would such prove most suitable to our needs. I kind of gave up at the end there. Now he talked. Very good. I shall have Thancred and Minfilia attend me in the remaining preparations. I spy but 3 obstructions to the flow of ether in the Talus, and thus I would ask you to provide 3 stones of the Debitage. All else will be made ready upon thy return. Alright then. I gotta kill 3 stone thingies. Which they are not far from here at all. And I'm gonna assume you have an ether current quest. Or like, yes you do. Click. Click, 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 click. There you go. You. dead yet. There we go. It's one. Another one. That's another one dead. There's one over there. Okay, that ought to do. Go bam. That'll do it. Alright, got some rocks. Feel like I could have just grabbed any old rock from anything, but whatever. Tancred and Ophelia will return ere long with the remaining supplies we require. Does thou succeed in procuring stone from the Debitish? Fine specimens, one and all. You have my thanks. We need now but wait for Tancred and Ophelia's return. From end to end, the paths by which ether may flow through the Talos have been duly mended. But they require sufficient endowment. It's not moving. Strange, the Korath refused to stir. Fear the condition of this Talos is more dire than I previously surmised. As the heart drives the blood through a man's veins, so doth the core ether through this massive frame. Massive as a method. Failing its repair or replacement, Talos cannot be restored. So was the heart after all? Is thou this foreseeth this outcome? Oh no, not exactly. We never gotten this far in trying to repair it. We had no way of knowing the heart was the real problem. We tried to find another in case things turned out as they are now, but... Jarek? This isn't really my story to share. Please, Jarek, if something went wrong, maybe we can help. Alright, alright. After all you've lot done for me, I suppose it's the least I can do. Right then, the Talos, their hearts cannot be made of just any stone. You need a special sword with sufficient ethereal conductivity. Ophidian and the other materials used in the construction of Talos bodies are mined in the same place. That place, of course, being here, the Hills of Amber. It was 3 years ago when she... No, I can't, I'm sorry. But you have to hear it from Thaff or someone else. Back to the tavern, then. I imagine Magnus's wife was killed or something. That is my guess. Putting two and two together. Celira, you can ask again, but the answer's the same. Our trolleys are... What? Jared, you could at least finish so I won't have to clean up your mess. Seeing as you made such quick progress in fixing the Talus and all, probably thinking you could help change things around here. And I think you may be right. Gather your friends, I'll tell you what you want to know.
Magnus's wife was a miner, you know. Greatest prospector there ever was. When the golem hearts started failing, she was the first to head out in search of more. Problem was, most of the veins ran dry ages ago, and finding fresh ones to tap's only gotten harder. But she wasn't one to be deterred. She just kept digging deeper and deeper. And then the mine collapsed. We labored day and night to clear away the rubble, but it took us 2 months to find her. To find her body. Magnus has never been the same since.
Where is he, if you don't mind my asking?
Ah, yes, well, if he's not here, there's only one other place he'd be.
What? Oh, you again. How many times must I tell you? The trolley won't run! We'd be better off dismantling the damn thing and selling the parts for scrap. Now, piss off back to wherever you came from. And don't let me catch you around here again.
What were their names?
My son was named Skuli. My wife, Agna. Being here with them, it beats going home. Home stopped being home when I lost them. I thought to try and drown my sorrows, but somehow, the bottle's never deep enough.
No bottle is. Believe me, I know.
You've lost someone too?
Not like you. Not my own flesh and blood. I grew up an orphan, so I never really knew what family meant. Not until I met a man who offered to take me in and make me his pupil. He was a kindly soul, always looking out for me, like a father. Not that I appreciated that at the time, or anything else for that matter. But I finally had a family. And then I robbed a young girl of hers. I did my best to make amends, to offer her comfort. But the more I look back on it, the more I realize just how inadequate my efforts were. I let her down. That is why I refuse to let her legacy die. In the end, all we can do is press on, for those we have lost, for those we can yet save. and that requires your Talos. Please, Magnus. You are our only hope of reaching Nabarth Arain.
What rubbish.
She's not gone. No matter what you say or believe, she's not. We can still bring her back.
Why did the camera start like this? I can't see anything. Full well do I know the pain of loss and how heavily it can weigh on one's heart. Nevertheless, there is but one way forward. Must needs procure a new heart for the Talos. Theft, knowest thou a location wherein we might find the stone we require? No matter how scant the possibility, we would seize it. Told you near all the veins were tapped dry years ago. Though I suppose, if you really wanted to try, you may find something at Nuvi's leavings. It was opened well before Talos became commonplace, which is why the mining there was never quite as deep. When you get there, look for Guth John and tell him I sent you. But don't be surprised if he tells you the same thing. An assistant is most appreciated. Serious, I think it best Thancred joined thee in this search. Though it would be quick to deny it, his heart is in turmoil and his thoughts clouded. It would be unwise to ignore his distress. Where is Thancred? Is he actually in the tavern? No, he's right there on the wall. Off to somewhere, are you? At last, lead on the stone we need to power the Talos. Can't very well have you go on your own. Lead the way. Let me open that up and get a weapon that I think I already have. Oh no, it's actually better. Okay then. Boop and boop. There we go. New weapon. Say we're long overdue for a good turn. I can only hope the gods feel the same way. Now, Nuvi's leavings was to the south, was it? Let's get going. There's another thing here. Sure. Click, 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 click. Thank you. To the south. Yeah, a lot of good that mole will do right now. Sit there and try to follow me all you want, you're really not going to get anywhere. That is a giant cactar. I believe I said that before. But I've only like seen one of them, so me forgetting it is pretty commonplace. All right. The way you described it, I was expecting the place to be abandoned. Perhaps our fortunes are finally improving. Though we should probably hear what Guth John has to say before we celebrate. Assuming you can find him, that is. What do we have in here? It means abandoned, but not really. You leave me alone, please? Well, that made it easy to find. Who are you? What are you doing in here? Well, you should have listened to theft. You're wasting your time. This site is not as developed as the others, is it not? Surely there must be something left. I should explain. The stone you're looking for is leonine. All the talos in the hills of Amber are powered using them. Or at least, anyway, whatever's left, if anything, is far too below to be safely excavated. In the deepest reaches of the mine, we use talos to keep the pathways from collapsing. They're still there, but they should give out at any time, which is why much of the mine is closed off. And our only option is to search the higher levels for any fragments of leonine that may have been overlooked. I suppose there may be one other way. Well, don't leave us in suspense. What you're asking for is a trade secret. I need to be duly compensated in exchange. What do you want? The other day I found a Voberg coin piece down in the mines. Really, Voberg coin piece. And when did you know it? It dropped the darn thing somewhere where I was wow, I was working. Finally, I'll tell you what you want to know. I have a hard bargain, sir, but we'll take it. Seems we have our work cut out for us. Thankfully, I have an idea on how we might hurry things along. If we had one already, then it's like we don't need to look for it. I'm sure you know, despite their best efforts to illuminate the corridors, it's rather dark in here. It can be that much harder to find a single coin hiding out in the shadows. That's why I propose we use these sun drops. They help the eye take in more light. Why don't you start your search further in? I handle this area here. I'll trace your steps after in case you happen to miss it. If you feel the drops effects wearing off, I can give you more, so don't worry. Okay, so it lasts for 3 minutes, able to see with little illumination. Would have been nice if it actually made this place lit up a little bit. Just the shadows, but find nothing. Perhaps the gold piece lies elsewhere. Okay, then. Don't bother me. I'm trying to grab this dark shadow. Nope. Okay. That just leads out of the mine, so that's not where I'm going. What about over here? There's another one. Is this it? As you search the shadows, the glint catches your eye. You turn over a rock and find the Voberg gold piece. Woo! Now let's drive a car through a mine. Tankard, watch out! You're gonna get hit by a car! I was hoping you'd drop the gold piece somewhere closer to the entrance. More fool of me thinking Lady Luck was on our side. Or maybe she is. Yours, at least. In the end, my contribution is a little more than poor company. No more than usual, I assure you. I only managed to survive the Kurthan wilderness and the Imperial capital by virtue of extensive preparation. Habit of mine since childhood, and one of my few positive traits, which endeared me to Lewis Wall, I imagine. Hasn't been easy finding ways to compensate for my condition. Every tool and trinket has proven vital for my continued success, such as it is. I had chosen to pursue the arcane arts rather than espionage. Well, I rather nothing on it. As long as I have the means to protect those dear to me and to see my duties through, that's all that matters. Now let's hurry and see that return to Goose John. He's right there. The sooner we get back to Hurrion, Jamin, Philia, the better. You're back. Wait, does that mean... I'll be darned, you actually found it. Well, a deal's a deal. But don't think this means you'll find what you're after. Okay. To be honest, I wasn't sure you could pull it off. But you did, and I'm a man of my word. Come with me. Why is your quest reward dies? Okay. Why are we leaving the place? I still have the dark sight thing active. That is hilarious. Every time I step out of those mines, the sky seems to get brighter. I'd never leave them if the air weren't so stale. But you're not come to hear my grievances. You're after Leonine. First I have to ask, have you ever heard of rockworms? Rockworms? I know them by another name, though I'm fairly certain the locals call them knockers. Aye, that they do. Whatever you want to call them, those little dastards may be the answer to your troubles. They can fit through cracks and crevices down where we could never hope to reach. And on occasion, they come back with something valuable. They dig up Leonine in the mines? It's a rare occurrence, but yes, that said, usually amounts to no more than a few flakes. Well, our only other option sounds tantamount to suicide. So how can we draw out these rockworms? Over by that shack, you find a bag full of smoke bombs. Set off a few in the mines, you can flush them out in no time. Once they're out in the open, knock them senseless and check their backs. I should warn you that this method of mining, if you can even call it that, is used as a last resort. On count what little they like to bring back. You'll want to cover as much ground as you can to hope to find anything of value. So when you do find something, bring it here and I'll have a look. You should split up if we're to cover more ground as these suggest. You can cover these 3 areas in your map. I'll see the parts between them. Logically, that doesn't make sense, Thancred, but okay. Why don't I just cover a stretch of 3 areas, like doo-doo-doo, right next to each other, so I just go like boop, 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 and then you cover the logical next step of the next 3 areas between them that isn't between them anymore because they're right next to it. But okay. Why, Thancred? Why don't I just do here, get where it says Nuvi's leavings, and then like right in between these 2, and then you get the rest of it? Why? Not your smartest idea. But they just want you to move through the map, so yeah, I guess I'm moving through the map. Okay. I guess I gotta place them first. That's not what I was like thinking that would happen. Thought I had to fight something after placing a single piece every single time, but this works too. Get the battle theme in a little bit, maybe, possibly. Nope. Okay. Three, 2, 1. Nope. I actually got around that. Next one is somewhere in there, I would imagine. All right, got it. Next area. The air in the mines grows thick with smoke. Nearby, you hear soft rumbling of stones. Okay. Okay. I got out of that well within a margin of time. What? Oh, there's more? Okay. Seven? Okay, we're gonna be here a while. Die, please. Thank you. More. And dead. That way. Okay. Okay, there's a spot there and a spot there. Okay. Can I just do this? Okay, maybe not because I got that thing on me now. Okay, this is fine. 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 Interact fast. Interact fast. Okay, that worked. Not really, though. Because they went back over there. So technically, no. I mean, they're out of the location, I guess, so. I like that I'm attacking the gnome mainly, but the wandering knockers are the things that I'm just killing, like, offhanded. There we go. Now I can just attack you outright. Your damage output's kind of minimal, so I don't really care if you actually hit me or not. Now for the other group. Which actually vanished back into the rubble. Okay. Would be nice if they stayed out and actually attacked me, but I guess range and all that. Oh well. One more. Okay, and there's apparently still one more in this area. Huh. Where at, though? Maybe in the hallway? There we go, yeah. And die, please. There we go. Any more? There we are. Okay, I got that one. Now just over there. Annoying fetch quest is a go. Oh, that reminds me. I actually do need to check the cackpot. Oh well. Not like it matters. I can do it later. Hello there. That was an idea. I don't know why I did that, but whatever. Me being a little tad too nice. Okay, I just need to find more of these things. I imagine somewhere in here? Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, that's all 7? Thank you. I didn't realize. I thought I had like 3 more to go. Hello. There you are. Find anything promising? Between the two of you, I say you got quite the haul. Let's get comfortable, friends. It's going to take some time for me to sit through all this.
You may not remember this about Arminfilia, but prior to founding the Path of the 12, long before the Scions, she was something of a miner. After her father died, Flamine took her in and taught her the trade. I think they were both seeking to fill the void left by a loved one. Maybe that's why she took to it so readily. Back in those days, I spent most of my time in the Quicksand, or some other tavern, loosening tongues and gathering secrets. Occasionally, I'd catch a glimpse of her in the street, on her way home after another hard day's work. I always felt a wave of relief when I saw she'd come back safe, along with a pang of guilt at the fact I wasn't there to support her as I should have been. Simply speaking with her more than once in a blue moon would have been a good start, but I could never bring myself to do it. Instead, I threw myself into my work and became every drunkard's best friend. Not too highly, no. She once called me a wine-sodden wharf rat, which wouldn't have been half as galling had it not been so accurate. But that was a lifetime ago. Here and now, I have another chance to do things right, and I will not squander it again.
Hey! Come and see what I found! You're not going to believe this.
Tell me it's Leonine.
It is at that. You lot were born lucky. It's mostly broken pieces. But look at this.
This is a rather fine specimen.
It's been decades since we found anything approaching this big. But that's not all. There's an engraving on it.
Ah, these scratches here. They're a little hard to make out. To my beloved Magnus and Schoolie.
Yes! Do you see? It was a gift to Magnus from his wife. She found it. She really found it. She must have spent her final hours carving this message into the stone, in the hope that he might see it one day. Those rock-backed bastards must have made off with it before we could clear a path to her. It's fate that brought you here to find this stone. No other explanation. It makes me wonder what else might still be buried in these parts.
What are the odds? Way too much luck on that one. This one. When it comes to dies, I just pick a die. I wouldn't believe it had I not seen it for myself. Before you said it into Talos, would you take it to Magnus? For 3 long years, he believed she died for nothing. Let's know the truth, that her sacrifice was not in vain. I'll take it straight to him. You have my word. Thank you, Guthron, for all your help. Alright then, let's not keep everyone waiting. Alright then, back to... I probably should just use the map for this. There we go. I just now noticed that the Cloud Ether quest, what are they called again? Ether current. That's the word I was looking for. I couldn't think of it. I'm like, what was it? It's called Scavengers Assemble. Okay. What? Oh, it's you. If you come to complain about the trolley, you'll find no sympathy from me. I told you before it won't run and you wouldn't listen. Oh, but it will. Now we have this. Your name is engraved on it, along with your son's. It was a gift from your wife, Magnus, from Magna. No. No, she couldn't have. Magna. Take it. Do with it what you will. Are you certain? It would delay our plans, but... I said take it. It was you who found it. You who needs it. Looking at that stone, all I can see is... Please, just leave me be. Hope you'll be there when the Talos stirs to life. I'm sure she wants you to see it. Would you do the honors of delivering this to Urianger? Sometimes I wonder if it'd just be easier to not say Urianger every time and just call him like something like Uber Danger. Just have that going because it's just much easier. Thou had returned, and with Leonine, it would seem. As promised, the Talos has been made ready to receive its heart, thanks in no small part to Jarek, Captain and Philia. At last we shall return time to the timeless, the Sentinel of Stone, that we may press on towards Nabatharang. Very good. Now let us begin.
Preparations for the enchantment are complete. When the heart hath been suffused with a sufficient quantity of ether, the golem should be restored to life.
All right then. Whenever you're ready. It's working! It's working! Magnus!
For this? This wretched heap of stone and rubble? This worthless pile of earth? And yet, I can't. I can't.
What troubleth thee, child?
shouldn't be here. I don't deserve to be. I don't deserve any of the things you've done for me. I'm just a burden, helpless and hopeless. If tomorrow came and I was gone, it would be better for everyone. Thancred most of all. He'll never admit it, but I can see it in his eyes. I wish he'd just say it. Just say that he hates me, that he wishes I was dead so that she could return.
None of this is thy doing, child. 'Twas I who set the Oracle on her path unto the first. I who condemned you all to suffer these torments. 'Tis my sin alone, and one that will haunt me unto my dying day. Yet I dare not dwell overlong on my many regrets, for the world is a tapestry of fates, interwoven and inseparable. And we who strive to better it cannot choose but make difficult decisions. For naught of worth was ever achieved without sacrifice. And thus must man ever struggle to weigh life against loss. The one for whom thou mournest beareth no grudge. Were she here, she would not suffer thee to languish in sorrow. She would tell thee to seek thine own path, thine own purpose. It is a truth which I myself was slow to learn. Yet a truth it remaineth. Thou needst but have faith, and all will be well.
Not today.
To what do I owe the pleasure that is your extended stay?
Oh, to the tediousness of our hero's present endeavors. That and the insufferable abundance of light in Armorang. I should be glad to keep my distance. Oh, I'm rather fond of sleep, you know. It's a wonderful way to pass the time. Not that my compeers will agree, mind you. Always on the move, the lot of them. Like La Hebrea, constantly jumping from vessel to vessel. Such fire, such determination. So much passion, fleeting and forgotten. Come to think of it, Exarch, I don't believe I've ever seen you retire to your chambers for so much as 40 winks. However do you keep your eyes from closing? The cold shoulder. You wound me, sir. Always so guarded in our every interaction. Interactions you curiously refrain from sharing with the Scions and their champion.
And risk souring your budding relationship? I think not. Much as I dislike you, there are more useful targets for his energies. And I'm not in the habit of pointing him at my enemies like a weapon.
Is that right? Fond of him, are you? You continue to fascinate me, Exarch. But tell me, who are you? The once great nation whose ingenuity gave birth to this tower was shaped by my hand. As such, I know full well the wonders it can facilitate and those it cannot. There is nothing in these walls which could have aided you in summoning our dear friend across time and space. Much less in possession of his mortal flesh, not even I could have performed such a feat.
I see. You had a hand in Alag as well. You would know what I am? I am the adjudicator of the sacred history with which you dared trifle. I am keeper of this tower's boundless wisdom. The wisdom of ages without age, of everywhere and nowhere. The great work of those who tamed the wings of time and grasped the nature of the rift. 'Tis a boon born of sacrifices yet unmade. The parting gift of brave heroes who will one day give their lives for a brighter future. I will not see their hopes and dreams squandered. The history which led us here will be unwritten. I promise you that.
Well, it seems we're both eager to fulfill our duties then.
On that much, we are in agreement.
How can one person stand around and watch a still image all day? They were not moving in that cinematic at all in the picture in the background. My apologies for the delay. Ophelia and I had a private matter to discuss. Which bringeth me to the question: how did this thou find Thancred during your search? He spoke of Ophelia of his own accord. I see. 'Tis well that he did, and with such candor. I attempted to approach the subject before. My intention was to ensure no words remained unspoken between them, lest tragedy intercede. I regret I myself know all too well. Alas, in the end, he refused to heed my counsel. A time will come when they must face the reality of their circumstances, but I have faith that all will be well in time. Now let us not tarry any longer. The Talos and the Batarang await. Trolley time. It's been years since I've seen the Talos in such fine shape, or that Agna was here to see it, or our son. I was ready to let her dreams die down there in the mines. Even after you found the Leonine, I refused to believe it would work. Gods, what a fool I was. But I tell you now, I'm going to take good care of this Talos, for both their sakes. On behalf of my family and all the miners of Twine, thank you. Well, enough chitter-chatter. Let's get you lot to Nabatharanga. Everything seems to be in order. I take it the Talos' presence resolves the issue at the gate. Well, that, yes. It's designed to open at the Talos' approach. Then we can finally go to Nabafarang. You certainly can. All that remains is the final check of the control box over at the mines. You hear that, boys? Get the Talos over to the mines. Keep a close eye on it around the curves. Understood? Yes, sir. Let's see if it doesn't fall. Let's repair to the mines then. What is that phrasing? Before we go, while you're away with Azurius, I prepared an extra set of cartridges for you. And this one. It's a practice cartridge you gave me. I know I should have thrown it away ages ago, and adding a little extra to it every day. And there's so many charges, I'm honestly not sure what it will do. I wanted you to have it, for luck. Ophelia, we should hurry. Magnus and the others are probably wondering where we are. Alright, and away we go all the way down there. It looks like I could just mostly take the track. No, that's not the right one. The right one is over there, so I can take the track there. Alright then. Imagine if it like went back to the cutscene back at the Crystarium, and like if it showed me on a mount or whatever, it just shows me driving a car down the mine. That would be hilarious. Just like a still image of a car just going down a railroad track. So how does that... Curious how that U-turn works there. Now then, we are here finally. So this is it. We're finally going to Nabafarang. Felt long and hard about what to say to her, to the real Minfilia. Hoped when the time came I would know, but with every step I take I feel more uncertain. There's no reason to give up though, not when so much is at stake. Thank you, all of you, for helping me get here. Now let's not keep Magnus waiting. There you are. So what do you think? A little primitive looking, I'll admit, but the Dallas Stoneworks has always favored a simple, intuitive design, and that philosophy has served us well enough. The trolley network uses single tracks, making it easy for the Talos to navigate them as needed. And plotting a route is so simple, even we can do it. Makes the fewer accidents in transit. Speaking of which, are you ready to board? Yes.
Urianger?
Thou must needs carry on without me. The path to Nabafarang lieth open. Whilst thou travellest thither to the south, I would apprise Mistress Elise and the others of our progress. As circumstances permit, I will thereafter rejoin the hunt for the remaining Light Wardens.
Magnus, will the gate close immediately after the trolley passes through?
No, it will stay open until someone closes it manually. Built that way to prevent any untimely accidents.
Then you and the others can meet us in Nabath Areng, after giving the Ulmorans the slip.
Urianger. Thank you for everything.
Remember, thou needst but have faith.
If you've finished with your goodbyes, I suggest you grab hold of something. Be a shame if you took a tumble. The tracks beyond the gate aren't in the best of shape, so the trolley can only go as far as Malik. Godspeed!
That must be the gate.
Well, so far so good.
Wait, is that Ranjit? You're a stubborn old swine, aren't you?
One who has mastered Gukumots fears not the blackest pit or the fieriest hell. Your deeds in the east did not go unnoticed. Long have I lain in wait, and sure enough, you did not disappoint. Had you only sworn fealty to Lord Vorthry, you'd have no cause to skulk about like frightened animals. You will remain as you are, while I dispatch these villains.
No, I won't. I won't let you.
You forget to whom you speak. Who armed you, trained you, fought and killed 1,000 sin-eaters with you. And when you were inevitably cut down and lay lifeless in my arms, who sought out your successor to carry on the futile struggle again and again? We seek to bring peace to what is left of this shattered land, while these mad fools would only bring further chaos down upon us. Do not be deceived, child. Only by Lord Vorthry's hand will this dying world know a sliver of salvation.
I don't know about the world, but I never asked to be saved. However much it hurts, and however hard it gets, it's my life, and I want to live it on my own terms! And those mad fools you want me to abandon, the ones I've traveled with, fought with, and may one day die with, they feel the same. So So no, I will not be deceived. No matter what you say, I refuse to believe it's all for nothing. They're everything to me. All I have, and all I need. And I would gladly do anything for them. Let us pass, or kill me. I'm not leaving here without them.
How dare you! Very well. If you would cast your lot with villains, then you shall share their fate.
I heard what you said, and I'm sorry for all the things I've left unspoken. You have to go, now!
Tancred, no!
Go! Do what you came here to do. I'll not have you waste that newfound resolve on me. I leave her in your hands. Hurry! Not another step. Your fight is with me.
You think yourself a protector? As if a whelp like you could be a better father to her than me.
God, I can't wait to kick your teeth in.
This is going well.
could do this all day.
Not good.
Come on.
You presume to be her protector? Pathetic! No quarter!
Wait, I got it? Okay, cool. Like I said earlier, I can do this all day. You have 40% health about. I am totally fine with this.
Fall! Fools from man! Fall! You would have her suffer and die. I would spare her that fate.
That is not for you or anyone else to decide, ever again. Not a single day goes by that I don't think about all that you have given me. Countless memories and moments I took for granted. Gods, you grew up so fast. But you had to, didn't you? For those you had lost. For those you could yet save. A world teetering on the very brink of oblivion, for which you gave your everything, without hesitation. Your kindness, your compassion, your love. Then and now. One last time, with a little help. I'm so proud to have been a part of your life. Oh, Minfilia.
Player knowledge would have me go back, but, you know. This is the place, Azurius. This is where she stopped the flood. The last time I was here, when I felt a presence overwhelming me, I tried to pretend it wasn't happening, to just turn away. But I can't turn away now. Not this time. We're Thancred and the others. I have to face her. In the event that you leave the area, speak with the apprentice engineer at Twine and Amarang to return on Nabafarang. I can sense her presence, albeit faintly. Come on, let's look over by that crystal wall. So around here. Oh my god, not now. Thank you.
Run for your lives! It's the flood! The flood!
Look! There's somebody up there! On top of the palace!
No! Stand back! We shall stay the flood.
But this is what I want! It's my sacrifice to make!
Your time has not yet come. When all hangs in the balance, you must give them hope.
Minfilia!
This place. You're
Ours is a meeting long overdue. Full glad am I that we may finally speak. My dear, sweet child, yours is a burden none should ever be forced to bear. Such pain and suffering you have endured, yet still you came. For this and more, I thank you.
I've lost count of the times I've almost given up. If people hadn't helped me every step of the way, I never would have made it.
Yet here you stand, resolved. Now, tell me your heart's desire.
To defeat the Sin Eaters, and bring this world back from the brink. The remaining Wardens have hidden themselves from us. But with the power of the Oracle, I thought we might be able to find them.
Indeed you could. Their radiance would be unmistakable. But know, my child, that the power you seek will come at a price. We stand now at the Crossroads. A decision must be made. 'Tis only natural to be afraid, to hesitate. But for your many trials, you have grown stronger and wiser. And with the love and support of those you hold dear, you have grown to love yourself.
The flood has washed away so much of this world. So many people and places and possibilities, and all the heroes who fought to protect them. Yet here the Scions are, trying so hard to help those few of us who remain, and seeing how tirelessly they work, how completely committed they are to the cause. I can't help but believe. But I want to do more than just watch and cheer. I want to make a difference. I want to help them like they helped me, and maybe even inspire others to do the same. Coming together, providing for one another. That's the only way forward I can see. Since all of our heroes are gone, we'll just have to make heroes of ourselves.
"'Tis a beautiful, wonderful dream, one we share. Though my power was all but spent in staying the flood, I prayed this final act would give hope to those who survived. That self-same hope lives on in you. It gives me comfort to know that the future is in capable hands. If ever you should falter, remember this. No one, however powerful, is immune to the whisperings of doubt and despair. Do not give in to them, but do not deny them either. Look instead to the light within. that you may continue to serve as a beacon to others.
Thank you, Minfilia, for believing in us, for believing in me.
Dearest friend, no words can express my gratitude to you for keeping her safe in these tumultuous times. You are a hero to us both. But not even the most valiant heroes can stand alone. Only together may you change the fate of two worlds.
What happened? I remember speaking with Minfilia, and then... Is something wrong? A parting gift, I think. And so now I walk the path she set before me. Perhaps she set before all the Minfilias. But she's given me a new path, a new life, that I can call my own. And even though she's gone, I can still feel her, warm and calm and gentle. You can feel the beating heart of the world, the light that swells within it. And the Light Wardens. There's one here in Armorang. Let's hurry back, the others need to know. You don't think Thancred will be angry with me, do you? I'd like to think so too, but... Would you mind going on ahead? I'll be right behind you, I promise. That's very far to go on ahead, but okay. Alright then. Let's see, we're going up here. Will definitely lead me to all the way up there. So. A lot of people over here.
Ah, there you are. We were worried.
Really? He wasn't the one that nearly got himself killed. It's a good thing Urianger called on us when he did. You were at death's door when we found you.
But thanks to your timely ministrations, I was not obliged to walk through it.
Minfilia?
You saw her.
I know I haven't exactly been pulling my weight up till now, but that's all going to change, starting today. I'll do whatever it takes to make Minfilia's dream a reality. I can track the Light Wardens now, maybe even help you fight them.
I'm glad you're back.
You don't have to say that, you know.
But I want to. Your family. How else would I feel?
She will need a name.
A name?
A name of her own. I would not have her walk in the shadow of another any longer. And I think it a fitting tribute to our departed friend, too. At the mention of Minfilia, I would remember the woman who preserved our fellowship when all seemed lost.
Do you remember what you were called before you were taken to Yulmore?
I'm sorry, I don't. I couldn't have been very old when it happened.
Then we must think of a new name. Suggestions?
If the lady herself has no preference, I think the honor should rightly fall to Thancred. After all they have been through together, he's practically a father to her.
Well spotted. I'm so glad you're here to explain these things.
And what exactly is that supposed to mean?
Oh, nothing.
What about Reen?
Ah, blessing in Fae. Wait, does this mean thou wert listening when I delivered my lectures on the Pixies?
Not exactly, but that one word made an impression. Of course, if it's not to your liking, I can think of something else.
Reen. Yes, I rather like the sound of it. Thank you.
That settles it then. Welcome aboard, Reen.
I won't let you down.
Ether current. I honestly don't know how to repay you while you're done. I promise to do whatever I can to help. Are you certain you're up to fighting so soon? Can't imagine the power of the Oracle is something one learns and wield in the space of a few hours. Maybe not, but the presence of the Light Wardens is unmistakable to me now. In fact, I sense one here in Amarang, to the west. I think I might be hiding underground. Underground? Then it's as we suspected. We thought it prudent to take a brief survey of the area prior to your arrival. To the west, we found the remains of a site known as Malika's Well. As I recall correctly, the well was built in remembrance of one of the ancient kings of Nabaratharang to serve as a source of respite from the desert heat. It fell into disuse after the flood, whereupon the miners of Amarang thought to turn part of it into an excavation site. Judging by its size, the underground waterways are no doubt extensive, the perfect hiding place for a warden. Green, are you certain you can track it down? Leave it to me. Then it's settled. We make for Malika's Well. Now that we can just locate them on a whim, it makes sense for questing to just, like, happen much sooner. Oh, would you not? Hello, drop. It's here. I can taste its ether on the wind. And then we finally found our mark. Let's put an end to this, Azurius, and return the night sky to Amarang. I guess that'll work. Alphino, Reen, and Alize. Works for me. Making sure I'm all good to go here. I'll eat the strudel when I'm in the place then. Well, that's certainly a different vibe than I was expecting upon entering this place. Alright then. Where'd my strudel go? There's the strudel. There you go. Alright, so map says this way. Okay, I'll pull up to here for now because I'm not exactly sure how well they can handle things. Not very well, mind you. Okay. Good to know. Good to know, Alphino. You are not that great of a healer right now. Okay. Take it a teeny bit slower, please.
I'll show you.
Alphino, for the love of God, heal me. It's like I am taking this slower than I need to. Okay.
You underestimate me.
There we go. Oh my God. Okay. Taking it slow. Taking it slow. Wow. Maybe he'll be a little teeny bit more attentive on healing me if I give him Heart of Stone, maybe? I don't know. Okay, I'm stopping at this golem right here, this Talos, the Royal Cupbearer, because that is pretty much exactly how far I'm gonna go. Uh-oh, there's more there. Let's just kind of stop here and pull this group. What are you doing? Fine, I'll bring them to... Okay, this is fine. This is fine. This is fine. I'll just bring them back over this way, and I'll help out. Okay. Okay, you take this. Now you focus on doing stuff, please. There you go. Now he's actually... I don't know why, like, I feel like I'm getting healed more. Totally fine with. Alphino's just a slower healer. I just gotta pull slower then. That's not a big deal. Everyone else is doing their jobs. I'm not complaining there, but... happened over there? All right. Hello, boss. Mini boss, I should say. 1 second, get my cooldown back. There we go. Bam, and poopzol. For that. Cartridge. There we go. That would have been nice if it was another thing, but nope. Moving forward. not doing that much damage here. Get rid of you. There we go. It's open. Well, what drop? Assuming that's what we're doing. A little too far away, darn it. I was trying to see if I can get it in the group. Only one thing. Rather strong thing though, so I'm just gonna take care of this by its lonesome. I'm not gonna bother pulling bigger for this. Alright. Hello, get out of that. Okay, I might want to do something about that. The casting thing, really? Looks like I could fall down there. Is that where I go? Hey, yep, that's where I go. Whee! All landed at the exact same time. Alright. Got another thing right here. Everything is cooled down. Perfect. Yes, they are buckets. All right. Alright, that's a very big AoE. I'm gonna move out of that. not and said we did. Okay. Isn't that bad? Ow! I frankly did not see the charge on that one there. That hurt a lot. Not bad timing. Ow. Timing. I'm dead. Wasted that, no mercy, but I'll come back. I love the banter. I like the aggro, please. Give me that aggro, thank you. Really? I thought I stepped out of that. I had plenty of time there. It's all good. Not a big deal. And that ought to do that one. Now for these. Give me that aggro. Thank you. Do one of these. cartridge. Can I get a second before this thing dies? Yes, 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 yes. Oh, that's fine. It will eventually get up. Okay, now they're getting up to do things. Oh, they take so much more damage now. It's funny that they killed that one because they're all working on it. And I'm sitting here doing one thing and I couldn't kill it. It's fine, it's dead now. Oh, now there's 3 of them. Well, just attack one of them. I don't care which one, just do something. See if I could help you out a teeny little bit here. And knock out one of them, then 2 of them won't be that bad. Grab this coffer. Astrologian, level 77. Okay. I thought his name said storage. What storage it is. There it is. Alright, let's see how well this goes. These goes. These goes. Didn't exactly know where to stand for that, but okay, now I know. If you would do it, that would be cool. Thank you. That we can't attack those. That made full use of that. Left on that. This. Go ahead and use it.
Give me strength!
Do it. Perfect. Well, that went smoothly. We got some bad tidings ahead there. Can you give me one item that's good for me right now? Every single one was for not me.
Don't get me wrong, I'm glad those travelers made it all the way to Nabatha Reng. But when Urianger told me the Talos was in pieces, and the trolley didn't look much better, I couldn't help wondering what in the hell's had gone on.
What indeed? At least the heart is in one piece. The rest is replaceable. Looking at this mess, though, it's a miracle they survived.
You can say that again. What the? Are you seeing this?
The sky. It...
At last, night has returned to Amareng. We'll save this broken world yet, Tesleen. You see if we don't.
No doubt retreating in the wake of the Warden's demise.
Back to Colusia, the last refuge of light.
Home to our dear Lord Vorthri, who will no doubt do everything in his power to thwart us.
As well he should, for defeat there would spell the end for both him and his heavenly host. There the fate of this star shall be decided.
Methinks someone forgot to turn on the cutscene sky at that part. Night has returned. Broad daylight. We did it. We really did it. Only wish there was time to visit the inn. Can but hope the return of night has granted the residents some shred of comfort. They thought the world beyond changing, but today I think we proved them wrong. We will fix this broken land, Azurius, together. Are you feeling alright, Azurius? After you defeated Light Warden, I could swear I saw its ether. Never mind. I'm still getting used to my powers. It's probably nothing. Just relieved I was right about where the Warden was hiding. The last one is hiding in Colusia, isn't it? I can't feel it from here, believe it or not. Perhaps we should head back to the Crystarium first. We'll have to tell the Exarch. I think we can all do with some rest. She sees it too, then. The others are with the Exarch. Before we join them, there's something I wish to confirm. Tell me, Reen, have you noticed anything peculiar about Azurius' appearance of late? Anything at all? Speak freely, he won't mind. Well, since Filia bequeathed her power to me, I've been able to see the light inside him. I wish I didn't think of anything of it first, but after we defeated the Warden and Amarang, I realized something was wrong. You absorbed its ether, Azurius, and the light within you has grown monstrous. Then it says as suspected. How are you feeling? If not is done, this will only get worse. Reen, with the power of the Oracle, have you gained some measure of control over light, have you not? Is there anything you do for him? Extinguishing it is out of the question. Even at her strongest, Minfilia could only hold back the light. I might be able to suppress it, but I don't know for how long. So we have no choice but to rely on Urianger and his secrets. If the next battle is to be the last, you may yet be able to play your part, but you will need all your strength. I'll discuss strategy with the others and see that everything is made ready for our departure. You are to return to your chambers and rest until then. Understood? Yes, mother. Ah, none of that cheek, or I'll take you across my knee. Now offer you to the penance. We'll call for you when the time comes. To the penance we go. It'd be nice if they pointed me in the direction of the penance instead of like out of the penance. It's just weird. Yes, I am going to go to my bed.
Sometimes the dead would rather not be disturbed. But enough about me. What of Amarang? I see. Minfilia's gone then. Which means the reason I must suffer this purgatory shall forever remain a mystery.
What's the matter? Are you all right?
What just happened? Minfilia said my time had not yet come. That I still had a role to play. Not even the most valiant heroes can stand alone. No, it couldn't be. There's only one hero in this room, and it is not me. I'm just a shadow, cursed to wander.
Forgive the intrusion, but Minfilia, that is, Reen, and the others were asking after you. Is everything all right? That pain again. And did it pass? Thank goodness for that. I would not wish to see you suffer. Though I know only too well how much you have suffered on our behalf in recent days. Indeed, I have no right to impose upon you further. Nevertheless, I must ask one thing of you. That you survive this, no matter what. When the dust settles, you must return to your world, for the battles to come and the wars yet unwon. The final Light Warden is all that stands between us and victory. There is still much we must do to prepare, but for now, I will see if there is aught that may remedy the strange affliction which plagues you. Of that I have no doubt. Even if I had my pick of every Reflections heroes, I could not have asked for a finer champion. I'll not keep you from your rest any longer. Take as much time as you like.
What is going on? Alright, well, that's another light warden down. And I have many questions. many questions based on what is going on. So, yeah. We're gonna stop here for tonight. I'd like to thank you all for coming. Kind of blew through this one really, well, I wouldn't say fast because it's almost been 4.5 hours now, but yeah. Thank you all for coming. If you're watching on YouTube, I'd like to thank you for sitting here watching it through. Even if you took breaks, it's all good. I definitely enjoy, like, I enjoy playing this. I'm glad that people are enjoying watching and such. And if you're watching on Twitch, thank you for watching it as it happened. And you all have a good night.